Yo, CJ. How's it going? Yeah, hey. I have finished my previous quest, and I just started on this one. Oh wait, I should probably turn off my
are a
light.
must for the well-mannered.
Alexa, lights
If
off.
you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you.
There we go, now we're in the dark. Kind of. You grinding? Have you started Genshin? I saw you downloaded it. Ooh, what is this? Basically, purple Tevat product. Huh. I can never understand these quests. Basically purple. It's halfway. Oh no, I feel bad. If it gets interrupted, it takes so long. Is this purple? Nah, that's pink. How sad. So you're currently downloading it right now, I presume. This is purple. And this is purple. What the heck? I'm blind. I don't even know. What's purple? Is that duck purple? No, that's blue. Man, nothing's purple. Alright, I'm just gonna do my dailies and then I'm gonna probably start the quest. So anything interesting happening? I should probably come over here. Yeah, this seems like about a friendly place. Ooh, that's purple, right? That ain't purple. Ah, nothing's purple. Oh, that's purple. Why is nothing purple? I am blind. I am colorblind. Okay, I'm not happy anymore.
Strike a pose! Let my name echo in song!
It is purple! I don't understand why. It's not counting.
Blaze over! Take it! Go on. You have my approval.
Ooh, what's this? Ah, this is purple. Let's go. Yes. Purple all the way. Now what else? Anything else that's purple? Oh, something is in the water. Aha. Ah, that's purple. That's purple. That's literally purple. Oh, what in the world? Bro, that's as purple as it gets. I'm not the one that's blind.
There is no escape! Wind, hear me!
How is it not purple?
Born of ice and frost. Torn to oblivion!
Yeah, that's what I thought. This is weird. I don't like this. Make me feel kinda self-conscious that I'm blind. I don't need explanations. I got this. Easy enough. Up too high. I need that. Oh, it's raising the water level. Is it? No, it's just pushing it out. I think I can get it now. Let's go. Easy stuff. Alright, I have my conditions done. Oh, there's something down there. Oh, that is purple. That is very purple. Why? This thing is purple. This is very light purple. Oh my god. I hate this. There we go. Because I am not happy, I shall destroy their habitat. Oh dang. I'm getting a lot. Okay. This is purple. You can't lie to me that this is not purple. This has to be purple. Ha! I knew it. Man, I'm on a roll today. Now, that thing is purple. Come on, that thing... I am colorblind or something. That thing on the bottom is purple. This is very purple. I guess life is just very against me, huh? Whoa, that was convenient. Whoa, I'm almost there. That's one good thing, I guess. There's a chest over there. That's good enough. How did that not kill it? Maybe a certain shade of purple. I mean, I don't even know. Nothing works. I don't trust this, I honestly think this quest, this event thing is like a complete scam. Cause I'm not getting anything out of this. Oh, I didn't explode that. Oh, nice. Oh, there's another one. Right? It's not purple? That's a lie. Oh, spraying the first dewdrop thingy. I don't know what that is. Open chest. Man, this is so far away. I don't even know where it is. I got this! Got this! I am awesome. Aha! Well, I'm done with my quest. Kinda. Noodle! Yay! give something back to Noodle, huh? I got something from... I'll give him something. I'll give him some purple. And I'll give back to Noodle. He is missing a red. Yes, you can have one. Alright, cool. I think I did that right. That should be right. Yeah, that should be right. Oh, wait, can't forget. Gotta farm my butterflies. Ah. Ah. They got them butterflies. Oh wait, my octopus would have done better. How I've been doing? Oh shoot. Could you actually even hear me this whole entire time? I forgot my mic this whole entire time. Well, if you can hear me now, yeah, I've been doing great actually. I've been planning a lot of my videos that I'm gonna try doing once I'm done with Genshin for a little bit. I'm gonna try focusing on some of the other games I play, like Overwatch and stuff. Overwatch, Apex, maybe try out, you know, Valorant, or maybe Fortnite, something along those lines. Oh god, my headphones just sounds awful right now. What is wrong? Let me check this. This is horrible. Settings. Sounds horrible, man. Device. Should be device. Why is my... Oh god, why is this thing connected? Move. That might fix it. No. Sound settings. I just got Valorant Fortnite the other day. Oh, you didn't know you had them, huh? I mean, yeah. It could work. Input, output, sound system, default.
Being too popular can be
Yeah,
such
I don't know. I'll fix it later.
Who knew the people would
Just my
adore
sound
you
sounded
so
really
much?
bad. Yeah, I feel like playing them will be pretty fun because I mean Genshin pretty much it's a solo game kind of. Unless you got like a lot of friends to like I don't know, co-op and defeat some world bosses. That's really about it. That's to the limit of co-op in this game. So
Add Astra at
if I play some other games, it tends to be a little bit more fun.
add Astra.
Like I haven't been playing Overwatch since, you know, since I started streaming Genshin on this thing because I'm trying to finish the story quest, so you know, so I can get caught up. I'm just doing everything else whenever I come on. Otherwise, I don't even do the daily quest anymore. I do the polls that one time, but I am kind of I don't have enough to do any more polls. I don't think so. Yeah, I can buy like 9, but I already got Farina. So yeah, I'm gonna start my quest now. Oh wait, I forgot something. Gotta spin that resin. I can't even spin my resin. That's sad. Serena pot. Oh, Overwatch is it's fun when you can get over the fact that sometimes you'll meet literal pros in a regular casual match and you'll get obliterated. But hey, at least you can win in Overwatch. That's the thing with Overwatch. You still have a chance of winning.
This realm is...
Let me see if I can... Ooh, nice. Goodbye. Ooh. Can I upgrade her today? I need a lot of that. Which isn't very good. Boom. Maybe I should... Oh, no! Oh, that's the wrong one anyway. There we go. I can create a lot of this. Wow. Man, I am rich. I am missing a lot of that. Do I have any of that? Man, I do, but it's not gonna be enough. Yep, I'm still missing. Oh well. Let me go and fight it. Nope, wrong place. I'm gonna go fight the boss so I can level up my character. I'll fight him one time so I don't waste my resin. I think this should be good. Nah, I still gotta... That's not gonna take care of it. Yeah, I'll just swap her out. That should work.
I see everything. Access denied. The Temple of Wisdom. Barbados, guide us.
Boom.
All hail.
It is kind of hard when you're starting out, but like now at this point, all of my characters are pretty much leveled out. It's not that hard. I could just brute force through it, but honestly, if you don't know, like if you just start off, the boss can be really hard. But there's usually always a pattern to it, so it's not too bad for me anyway. But there's obviously been some boss that are very hard. Like I put a lot of investment into these characters, so that's why I'm not dying quite yet. Oh god. Oh god. See, not very hard. Even though I'm almost dead. That is pretty bad, yeah. I gotta get some whopper flour, but I don't feel like it. Now what? Now we go and do our quest. Nice. It is indeed. I gotta swap her out. Gotta have our main character. Right here.
Hi, have a hot.
This is her quest.
The show be.
I have to be around the deployment of guards at all times.
I'm just healing slowly. Ever so slowly. There we go. Now the beginning of the quest. I lied. Just a little bit more. Oh, oh my god, this sounds horrible. Hold on. Yeah, this sounds horrible, man. What is that? Oh my god. It's like it's crackling in a way. Like the volume, everything is crackling. Oh, it's fixed now. I swapped it to a different port. It was crackling, it was getting really annoying.
You're here, finally.
Sedane.
Is something wrong? Monsieur Neurvalette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute.
No.
Please go see for yourself. Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not?
Uh-oh.
Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
Poisson? Oh. Yeah, the previous character, Navia.
You mean they're all...
There's a character on here named Navia that she has been gone through hell in this game.
I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But
So do you got any questions on the
That's
game?
correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
the prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you
All right.
again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon?
Oh,
My
she
deciphering
definitely
of
is
the
hiding
scenes indicates that the Hydro
information.
Archon Egeria once had to confess to or apologize for a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Alright.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina.
They
but I've
usually
long
do
known
not
of your
argue like
various
this.
secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be. nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine.
No, it didn't.
That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again.
Oh, I don't know. I'm really starting to hate this
The
character.
opera's about to start. Toodles!
Just by far one of my least favorite Archons. Oh, slow-mo.
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were
Seems
listening
like
in or
she's
not.
deeply troubled. She seems to be deliberately hiding something.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
I'm afraid she's definitely hiding something. She's definitely hiding something. And I have a feeling it's gonna be like really, really like sad. But right now her character, I hate the way she acts. I'm afraid questions alone might not suffice. We need to make her understand how dire the situation actually
Everyone
is.
in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
In that case, we will need help.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Call it the Fatui. Who else? On a boat somewhere in Quat Pasan. Navia? Probably calling Navia.
Well, that's everyone, huh?
And
Speaking of which, it
Arlecchino.
was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster,
Lynette,
so
I
it's
forgot.
presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
That's the worst person to start. He cannot speak for his life.
No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
He does.
I fear
He
that
sucks
time
at
will cause
talking.
the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
She's in major depression right now.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Literally no one's oh, okay, people are clapping.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus.
Oh, King
Today,
Remus is mentioned,
Fontaine's
huh?
monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's
I don't
the
like
kind of
Firminet.
method I would count on.
I don't like his hairstyle.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal.
Oh,
Mama
who's
once told me
joining?
Some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and
Zier?
such. When placed in
Nah.
the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems, but I do have one more question for you. If we were to create a trap now,
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
kind as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why is that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So, are we going hunting together?
We're gonna hunt our god.
We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, And the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god. A being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Coraline's metaphor was just that metaphor. You will not call this him because it's not what you should do at present, nor has it been a relation between you for this to reach such a dire stage. What you need is simply secrecy, keeping Tim to keep her secrets and echoes. So that is a long word. Sacrilegious disrespect, but must be done to prevent Fontaine from sinking into the waters, as we're told in prophecy. There is neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. That is what you will need. I think we get that. Okay. Now what? Drink some tea. Okay, we're done. Now what? We go here. Right underground. Alright, just jump. Boop.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it?
And this means sure did make me hungry.
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on. Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
Do you feel more confident after the meeting, Paimon?
Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh?
Is something wrong?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
No, I didn't.
Then what's that?
Looks like an Arlecchino tea.
Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea.
What the
I
hell?
really refrained from saying anything till now.
Ooh, that sounded like Farina.
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
Oh.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong.
What is she doing here?
Not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all.
Who are you? What do you want with us? That is Mona's master, isn't it? We did meet Mona earlier.
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Oh no. That's not Mona's master. That's Mona's master's friend. It's one of my friends, Mona's master. The enigmatic end of the Hexen Circle. Allow me to ask you, will Fontaine's prophecy come true?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed?
There it is again. Fate. Can there really be no exceptions?
Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods. Could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
Tea in a teacup is just about gone as well.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Oh, the tea is finished.
This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice. It's gone.
That is creepy. Mage Inn, is this a clue you're leaving for us? We haven't seen a single one of those witches. Unexpected news leads to complicated feeding. Yeah, Freaky Teacup. Okay, so she's part of this like group of witches called the Hexen Circle, and we have not met a single one of them.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I
Mona's here. Let's go.
lively banter.
Mona!
How have you been doing these past few days?
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Charlotte.
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist. I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Actually, someone already came over.
Huh?
You tell Mona about your mysterious guest.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
Well, she came to pass a message to
She
us.
said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... Well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Dang, they're all old.
The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes,
Paimon's
she
just
was quite
dumb.
cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
True, her words are meant as helpful hint, but when will we realize their value? Oh, okay, can't read that fast. Was the best answer to my question could have gotten.
Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too.
You do?
I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for, and believe in, miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff... I need to get going.
Don't worry about it, Mona, and thank
It
you.
was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little.
Oh, Mona's so
You'll
nice.
help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kinda moved by what Mona said. But also kinda sad, too. Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Go to the newsstand. I got that. Yeah, Mona's like from the earlier. She is super nice. Mona's from like the earlier days. Like she's from the very, very, very beginning. Like we've known her. At least I've known her for like a very long time, story wise. And she still comes back, which is nice. You don't get that very often these days.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on? Let Paimon see. The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy. But that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blonde adventurer with their white fairy legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in space.
We're so famous.
Here is Charlotte's biggest scoop yet: the Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed
Dude,
her.
Charlotte was there the whole time? No
She
way.
hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
Oh, it sure seems to be the case.
Seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
Nice. Alrighty, continue moving forward. Are you sure it's forward, not backwards? Don't know where that is, but seems like I'm getting close. Be-doo, be-doo, be-doo.
We're here!
Paimon, you're gonna waste me so much money. Get a cutscene? Well, that's rare.
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake!
It hasn't already sold out for today?
It was so delicious the last time we tried it. Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. I'm sure it'll be great.
Can't let anyone get ahead of us.
One slice of cake, please.
Aw, dang it.
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalet was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
No way.
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's
She
part
is
of my daily
loaded.
schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you
Oh, they
think?
have a robot cook?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but
I didn't see that last time.
maybe the waters will rise tomorrow.
Paimon,
Like in the prophecy.
Paimon,
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
she has a very strong southern accent.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go?
No, she took it all.
These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, okay. Alright, at least she's nice enough to give it to me.
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans.
She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
Oh, she's too nice too. 16 slices of cake must be so expensive.
All right, let's dig in. I'm sure this cake will be delicious.
Sure, glance of Paimon snarf down the cake.
It's more delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
I mean, Paimon's so pessimistic. Alright. Where do we go next? Gotta get out. Leave the hotel.
Oh, we're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
I like this outfit of hers better. Actually, I don't know. The dark outfit looks pretty nice. Alright, I think I like this one.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
I sure have.
You've got some nerve. You just used death to make some quick Mora.
Which one? The white one or the dark one? Can we negotiate profit split?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really?
You're almost a little too easy to win
Yeah,
over, Paimon.
the light one certainly does look
With
cooler.
ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Of course, Charlotte. You're the only interviewer I know.
Today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
You seriously want to interview me?
Yeah, are we even qualified?
Bro, we saved every single country so far. I think we're more than qualified.
You're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
There might not be a later.
Paimon's still got a question for you.
Too late.
And what's
No?
that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear... If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist, first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an... So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless.
She'd be dead.
And do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
Man.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
When everybody just doesn't care about dying, huh? If they get flooded, they get turned into water straight up, and then they just straight up die.
Sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking. If
Yes?
it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do?
I would go to a different world.
Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
Choose, huh? So I'm trying to decide what to do is pointless.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Until that moment comes, I think I'll keep journeying on.
You mean, still traveling?
Yes, cherish every single moment that I have to look upon this world.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Banter goes on back and forth between the two of you as time slips. As nightfall, you return to your accommodation in this busy day. And the next few days are just as calm. Charlotte comes to find you, conducts an interview in this Bina de Rosa safe house at the Flink. I cannot pronounce these French words. Navia has finished her business in Basan, even drops by to take a photo with the two of you. All goes well. Man, this is just a sad atmosphere. Everything's just so depressing.
Feels like it'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Meripede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Auditor.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide.
So you were under the impression that we might be wanted criminals.
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message for
Let's
him.
hear it. Did something happen?
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Whoa.
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry.
Yeah, she always
The
runs
Maréchaussée
away. I
Phantom
feel
had
bad for
hands
her.
full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things...
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
I don't know. She could barely fight. I understand the situation.
Good. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
We gotta go
Don't
save
worry,
her.
This is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
The side-eye glare.
We should hurry over to Poisson then.
You sure caught on
If
quickly.
we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervalet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, She couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool, huh?
I see becoming a detective done you some good. Looks like those detective novels had an effect on you.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come!
Alright, let's head to Bassan. Bassan. Beep boop boop. Let's go. Where can she be? Hiding.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation.
Yeah.
Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Oh, she is. She's right there.
That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Stay quiet.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over? Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
So it is you.
Oh, she is so desperately trying to hide.
Why, I almost
Oh
thought
my
you were
God.
someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina,
She needs a hug.
you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Disturbing my enjoyment of the arts. They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marsh Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
Oh, she is. Oh my God. She is so broken. Stop trying to act tough, Verena. You're actually beyond devastated right now, aren't you?
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there!
Hey, yo.
Quick, after her!
Leave her. Leave her. Oh, is this part of the trap?
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they?
Nah, they want to attack you.
That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with him.
These people are so slow. How did they not see a floating head?
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine, is warranted. Lead the way.
We're gonna end up trapping her, aren't we? Oh no. She's gonna feel so betrayed.
Everyone's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
This place is not what I'd call soundproof. You might want to lower your voice to stay hidden.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
Oh shoot. Dang, somebody really did try to shoot this place.
The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Another disaster just struck, I suspect.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neverlette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Shoot.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already... It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds
what's
of
up?
years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time.
Yeah, sure. I'll probably still be here.
An enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way.
Take
And
time.
the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
But even then, you still haven't given up, right? See you later.
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
But that would also mean all hope would disappear.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it?
Yes.
It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late.
I'm surprised she hasn't given up.
I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end.
She will be the only one left.
Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Running out of time. We can't just go back to square one like this. I have to get more information out of her. Farina, you might have to shoulder this burden. You might not have to shoulder this burden alone. I read it as you might have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden? That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share with me. I'm what you would call a witness.
A witness? Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes? In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
No time less. Please, Farina, just spit it out. No, Farina, tell us. It's too late. No. It's coming. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. They moved this whole entire place. My God, Lenny. Oh my God, Lenny. How did you move this whole entire house?
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
I don't know,
I
man.
interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial. In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
God dang! Tried to kill Farina?
You would draw your blade against a god?
Jesus!
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Oh my God. She's not actually fighting. She's probably gonna run away. She gave up.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
Oh, that means she's gonna get killed. Oh my gosh.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve.
Alright.
Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice. This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes.
Okay.
Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
I was a little bit too excited there.
Now we're making history.
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
Alright then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
Everybody.
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Oh, it's me. Dang, what the heck?
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
We're so close to getting to tell the truth, and it still turns out like this in the end. It's okay though, as long as we can defeat Ferniko, we still have a chance to figure everything out.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
A lot.
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean... the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's right.
That was very
The house
far
was a
away
magic
too.
box rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Aranias. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human.
Last time
My
you tried this
thanks,
hit.
Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary...
Thank God another box didn't fall on us.
You're welcome.
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to
Dang.
select a location, construct a giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
My goodness.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Sorry about that. We deceived you back there.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
No, you guessed wrong.
Oh?
My mission was to give you one last chance. We hoped that you'd share your secret with us before the magic box arrived onto the stage.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Yeah, the only thing we can do now is judge the Hydra Archon. So I can't help feel a little bothered by that conversation earlier. What did Farina want to
Madam
say to me before
Prosecutor,
everything?
please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too!
Of course she's there.
Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument!
That's a super practical gift. I would never thought of using this, using it this way.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Yeah. I'm
You
probably
defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Nervillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think. According to Monsieur Nervillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Okay. Okay, we're done.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god.
That's true, but my
You
charge
get to
here is
talk?
unrelated to
Let's
your
go.
conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted.
Yo.
Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Oh.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld?
Yeah.
If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the god of justice that you will not have to face trial for making
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? You have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
The people only see you as their Archon because that's their long-held belief.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Listen carefully. What do we know about special about Farina exactly? She's not exactly human. Oh, these are irrelevant. Irrelevant. Child's convent? What?
That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, I thought so. To nibble a meeting with the knave, she had probably pro Farina on her own, believes as puzzled not only is Farina not really the Archon, but she's actually inflicted with some sort of curse. Yes, that's the one.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Such as a curse.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
It doesn't matter who gave us the information. What matters is the veracity of the claim.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Neverlet?
So, Farina, instead of an Archon, could you be a cursed human?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Uh-oh. Ortrees is coming on our side.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Wait, the one trying to prove the opposite. Prove the opposite. Farina, what? What evidence proved that Farina is not the master of the Oratrice? Yeah. Truth behind the cereal thing, right? Or the... Yeah, this. Child's one.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but what...
Didn't I make myself clear at the time?
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
Yeah, Farina's hanging rough.
You knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the... Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why but the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally. You can't You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the aura trees.
Sure, we can put the aura trees aside for now, but Miss Farina, could you give us a brief demonstration of your powers as an Archon?
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience.
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
A brief demonstration of your power over Hydra should be quite harmless. Surely an Archon can at least match the capabilities of human with a vision.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
He got a point. Uh-oh.
Seems like
the aura trees.
Excuse.
I wish,
Come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar.
You are.
The same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you?
No one actually loved Farina since the beginning.
You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Dang, everyone's losing her.
That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is?
I don't think that's an issue.
You have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such. Then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
But we have mentioned it.
She came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now?
We do have evidence, don't we? If only she was human. Dun, 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 dun. Boom, 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 boom. I'll try this one. Doesn't make sense.
It has been established.
Oh, it is.
All Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea, and that means.
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Yeah, I'm gonna...
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, including those of some of my close... So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula.
The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
Mm-hmm.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Oh shoot. I'll be back. BRB. Oh god. I am back. Huh, Farina.
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
Yeah.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
Ah, there you go.
Is she really planning to... That's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
She's gonna test it.
Hey!
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewing? If you're present, Miss Siegewing, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewing? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the...
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
So...
Thank you, Miss Siegewing. Lady
Still
Farina,
getting
you may
blamed.
return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Uh-oh.
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
Dissolve.
I can't believe... You... Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
She's about to cry. No one cares about her.
Anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
Oh god. Dude, no one's believing her.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
Oh, she just...
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway
Oh god. She's having a panic attack. Oh my god.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is guilty.
Oh shit. Oh. This is the same as the prophecy.
To the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse
This is-
Cardinal to render the final verdict on the charges.
That's the same as the prophecy. She looks exactly the same. Oh my god.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, Farina is...
She is the Archon.
What's the Oratrice's verdict?
Can't be. Did the Oratrice just declare Farina to be innocent?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
Oh my god.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Yo, they're gonna kill off her?
Sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah, even Vacher wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
What's more strange is instead of Farina, the Oratrice rendered judgment on the Hydro Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Yo. Something's wrong with the Oratrice.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! Huh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Found a stone slate.
The first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Don't worry, the mystery hasn't been resolved yet. It's not too late for you to shine.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. I would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
This looks like previous Hydro Archon releasing her divine power, turning the oceanoids into human beings.
I believe I have now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
That's weird. An association between the concept of slaves and the events in real life.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone.
No, we have to guess again. Okay, I got this. This is easy. I got this. The real events of the prophecy on the prophecy say.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydra Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans.
Yes.
Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydra Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them.
Oh shit.
This must be the point when the Hydra Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydra Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydra Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydra Archon crying on her throne, and so on.
Oh, that's what she's doing right now.
We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans.
Yes, sir. I got that one right. Oh, I don't got much left. I'll guess it's this one. I guess not. Oh my god, I'm so bad at this. I'm so bad at this. Oh my god.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervilette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slate.
There we go. Oh my god, I'm so bad at this. No! Oh my god. I'm so bad.
Simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
Oh yeah, this is on Scylla. This one. Fuck! There we go.
The sea from the stone slates found its way into society. But not many people believed the fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems if we hadn't dealt with it in time,
they'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meripede was the surest sign that the prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events.
Okay, so what did we exactly verify?
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some.
Let's hear them.
The verse reveals that Fontaines are not real humans.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
The second slate reveals that the Crown of the Hydro Archon was her creation Fontanians from the Oceanids.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably anchored Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
After third slate, I'm so convinced it should come after the fourth slate.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
Fourth slate depicts the fulfillment of the prophecy as is already widely known.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, however, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source.
Oh, shit.
When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates, now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make an... I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids.
Oh.
Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first
Dang,
came
they're
to
all
be.
Oceanids.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
Oh, wow.
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
So they are in the right order. What's they're supposed to represent then?
A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
Oh, so it's not over yet.
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy,
And we still ended up fulfilling it.
everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
Uh-oh.
What should we do?
There's no way out of this.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions about the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes?
Yeah.
However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come.
Oh god.
As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
I have? What could it be?
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come.
The whale?
It was both dream and reality.
I don't get it.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
Explain.
Truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
What is that whale? Oh shit, it's happening. It's happening. Right here? That is a big whale. Shit, that's useless. Oh no, it's breaking. Where's Nouvelette? No, we need to see Nouvelette's real form. No! Child! Oh my god! Child! Oh! Oh, what is this music? Oh, child! Oh my god, child! Chow looks so awesome here. Yo, Chow saved them all. Oh, he's so badly damaged. Oh, he is so exhausted. He is so exhausted. Is he giving us a thumbs down?
Way too close! How did that thing just burst into the Opera House? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
That's right. I wager it's also the one that Child saw when he was young.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while.
Why?
It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanid.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist.
Oh shit.
Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
Dang.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again?
No, Child is fighting it right now.
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
Yeah, Child can't be in that state for forever.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late.
What do you mean?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we've come so far.
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
We just need to change the way it's supposed to be viewed, right?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Couldn't find... After everything still turned out like this, we couldn't fight against fate. Wait, but if this is all about fate...
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Okay, even if Project would there still be a way to save everyone? Did I miss something? Wait, I forgot about Farina. What is it that she wanted to say to me at the box? What's her real secret? Is Farina even still there? What is the Oratrice doing?
What's happening with the Oratrice?
Oh, we'll get a cutscene.
It is preparing to carry.
Oh my god, trying to kill Farina. Oh, Farina is completely given up. Oh, she completely just given up. She doesn't even care anymore.
I still need answers.
Where did she send us? What? What is a big sword? Oh, everyone's gone. Yo, who is this?
You.
Sorry.
Farina.
That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Yeah, who is
The
that?
sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Oh, she's going against the heavenly principle.
Principles.
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria, for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it?
This
She
is a
knew full well
real
that the prophecy
one?
would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
Oh.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by
She's
Egeria's
a
hand.
previous Archon's familiar?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her.
Why did you curse her?
All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure.
Dang, Focalors is
torture for her.
Is so mean.
And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Damn. I feel so bad for Farina right now. So what happened? Oh, this is her inner world. It's kind of like A's inner world. Oh, the music's so quiet now.
Someone recently recommended me to try surfing, so I went and gave it a shot. Keeping balance on the rolling waves was a little tricky at first, but I managed to get the hang of it pretty quickly. Maybe I'm just a natural surfer. Anyway, feeling the wind and waves up close and riding along the horizon was rather amazing. You should give it a try.
Thanks, Farina, but I can barely swim. Legless and wild non-fish creature. What the hell? How do I get up there? She even has spot. Aw, flip. She even has spotlights. Let's talk to Farina.
Oh? Who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Come on, it's me, Farina.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
Don't look at me, don't look at me. Where was that coming from? Don't need to say your name, just... But, I don't see...
Oh, do not
the
jest.
stage.
Can you not feel
Slide
it?
the stage to Aqua.
I
Only
am
for a second.
Focalor. The eyes of countless
That way I can't become
Fontanians
myself
are upon
again.
me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Oh, she can't act herself. Oh, she's cursed to play Focalors the whole entire time. Oh, that's her curse. She's forced to become Focalors. Let's turn off these lights.
Dear audience, the performance
You cry
is
without an echo.
experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
There is no escape. Access denied. Wind, hear me.
Let the world collide! May I present?
Born of ice and frost. Illusion shattered.
Let my name echo in song!
I'm not doing any damage.
Barbados, guide us.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards! The show begins.
Oh my god. Come on, Farina. Oh, I'm not doing any damage.
Strike a pose. Time to shine.
I swear by my sword. Inazuma shines eternal.
Let's go. There we go. There's all the lights. Is that her true voice? Yes, so Farina's definitely suffering. Look, golden ticket to see her true self. Oh, there's one more light. How to turn that light off? For mirror Farina. Oh, okay. I wasn't too sure. Oh, this is weird. I didn't even see the mirror before. Well, that's the mirror.
Farina. Farina. Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me?
Fossilers.
Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why...
But doesn't that mean everyone will die?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings, I will tell you how to save everyone.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that, but if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
To let herself suffer instead of her own people.
Listen well.
Wow.
Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But
how will I do this?
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. Being a human yourself, I'm sure, remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
Huh.
I'm still not so how long am I going to have to play this role?
Forever.
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Looking for 500 years. Sending speech, Farina. Today she has to walk onto the throne by herself. Yeah. I can't even walk up like this.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people.
What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Summon courage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon.
Appear earnest.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
Close politely.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully...
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Oh shit.
Shouldn't gods be all powerful? She's being so modest. What's the...
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Right. Mirmi said that I just calm down, Verena. Think assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt.
Oh.
Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule.
Oh, that's the annoying side.
I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest. But I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful. Our future
Shit.
may be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
Result lead with conviction.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Turn up the drama.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its god. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine.
And to speak with emphatically, I don't know.
There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese. So...
She's been living a whole lie for 500 years. I can run. Oh, this is where she sleep. Oh, this This makes sense now. The opera house is where she sleeps, where she lives, where she studies. The opera house is literally everything. She's stuck in the opera house. That would make sense.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports as well as a summary of the
Come now. Was I not just at the opera house? Besides, none of these trials.
If I may be so impertinent.
A magnificent.
That's true,
No need for fright. And do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now. Do your
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me.
Oh god, I'm
Or
getting so
rather,
tired.
Thank your own sense of perseverance instead. All right. Deuteria, is it?
He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you. You're
Unfortunately, I cannot stop this quest. Like, at all.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did all manner of...
well, as I understand it,
Really?
I'm afraid that they have...
Oh, she's still trying to find other ways to solve it. She can't even sleep in peace.
Finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. That maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going. And everyone will be saved. Alright, Farina.
Opera house, Farina.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the
They'll be...
Lady Farina, I've...
Indeed, my dear.
Oh, her life's just repeating everything over and over again.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Dang. How many scenes are there? Jesus.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Deuteria, almost 20 generations ago.
Jesus.
And And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina.
What is it, good citizen?
Oh, are you crying?
Uh-huh. Oh, really now? I didn't
Oh,
even
she is
notice.
so tired of her curse.
This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters.
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
Oh my god, she's so hurt.
So interminable.
Oh, this is what we heard.
Lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much.
Oh, she doesn't have any friends or whatever.
Reached my limit. No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears.
Oh my
I
god.
want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Oh my god. Dude. Farina and... Well, something is finally different. Oh, that is today.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone, although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my...
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in some. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. And if Tevat is in its entire... If that's the case... She's right. I could confide in her, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish.
Oh.
But what if it's really alright, Farina? You've worked so hard for so... Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone, and if you let this opportunity slip through your finger, think about it. Long and hard.
And then it was too late.
No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
She wasn't planning on telling?
Fine.
Damn, I feel so bad. You misunderstood
So
her.
even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive
Damn,
yourself.
Fossilor is evil as
She
hell.
did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Eudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
It's her all
Always
along.
suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
What was
It was
for who?
all part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course.
Whoa.
In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
Whoa.
But...
turning him to the true Hydro Archon, with the complete power of the Hydro Dragon.
Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
all you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
Damn. New blood.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself.
It's just so sad.
If the theft
It's
of the
so
primordial
beautiful.
sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontanians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence, defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontanians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
Damn. She's gonna die.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps
An
this
actual
is one
Archon's
thing
gonna
both
die.
gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
No. They're both freed. They actually killed her. They actually killed her. What have you done? Oh my god!
I, Iudex Neuvillette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
What's that sound?
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the primordial sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
Bolsler just killed herself. Oh my god.
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
So who's the actual Hydra Archon now? Finally get to... Oh my god. What is that thing?
But how are we going to do that? It's huge!
I've already done my best to separate the power of the primordial sea from the way. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon power. We shall look for an opening together.
I don't even know how to fight this thing.
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Bro, I can't even fight this thing.
Barbados, guide us. Now you shall perish.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Change will present itself.
How do I even fight this thing? Bro. Yo, what is this sound? Oh my god.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its roots from within.
What power?
Inazuma shines eternal.
Manifest the authority of the ancient dragons. Witness the might of the primordial sea.
Oh my god. Dude, this is impossible to kill. This boss music is insane. Where's Child? Show me where Child is. He should be still fighting this thing. Oh, who is that? She threw Child and the whale away. Yo.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. Should have been my job, but oh well.
Dang, who is she?
It's supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually,
Master's
I had
pet?
a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Yo, what?
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right?
That's Skirk? So early.
Talkative person.
I simply
Dude,
did
she's
not have
so
anything to say
beautiful.
to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals.
What sort of person would take an all-devouring narwhal as a pet?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks.
It doesn't even look that good.
It fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
I want to know too.
Right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Sertologi? Who is that?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfalnir then? Or Gold Rhine-daughter?
Oh, I know Gold.
That one we've heard. Rhine-daughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-daughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Oh, shit.
Didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
Damn, I mean, can we just talk about how she just threw the whale and Child into a random crack in space? No, there's a little to be surprised about that, Paimon. It is natural after all. The prophecy will surely come. We knew this and accepted it, however.
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
Damn. Focalor made that ultimate sacrifice.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne.
Oh my god. Fontaine is already gone.
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
No way. Oh my god. But they survived. They survived. Fontaine's still drowned, but everyone survived. See water going back down? Oh my god. No. That's Rithley's ship.
All hands initiate emergency rescue.
Oh wow.
Hurry!
Hey, lend a hand.
What about everybody that can't swim? Oh my god.
Look, the water's receding.
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
No, the prophecy was not wrong. She's free.
Are you alright?
She's free.
We're safe.
The prophecy was wrong.
Oh my god. Oh, we need more about Skirt right now. Please don't leave me. I want to know more about Skirt.
The Soul renewed. The Spina di Rasula attacks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rasula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
They might have been real big shots from the start. We just didn't meet them in that capability.
What do you think?
Capacity.
Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With a disaster just having the value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories...
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure? Hasn't he...
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let...
Wow. That was insane, dude. Dude, I cried so hard.
There is no escape. Barbados, guide us.
All hail
Wow, that actually made me cry. This was really good. There was an actual death of someone really important. That was insane. That was insanely good. Seems like with this form, we get to see her with hair. And with this form, she doesn't have hair. That's surprising. But we see Fossilors again. End of a Tui.
It's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
A nice Fatui.
You're
That
back
beats
too.
amazing.
How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clarion?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision-maker.
Wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that.
I see you're the same as always.
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
Nice.
How did it go? Was it a good shot?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots.
Without Paimon in it, probably.
All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
I wonder if we have given back Child's vision yet, because right now Child's just running around without his vision.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clarand.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Maripede.
You knew she was going.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridsley will make a personal appearance.
This was a really good quest.
Every moment I have with them.
Wow.
In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Okay, first of all, we need to check if Child's vision is still with us. Yeah, it's still with us. No doubt about that. Huh. Well. Go to the Fortress of Meripede. Yo, I just don't know where this place is.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feel.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the...
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and...
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview.
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. Miss Charlotte.
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier.
Oh, they're such nice couples.
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend.
She sure knows.
Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh. Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
That's her job.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that long?
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like...
Ah, Sigewinne.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Sigewinne. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Huh? Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at...
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
So who's the Archon now?
Fine ship. It got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the...
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should...
I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
Dude, he got thrown to the midst of the crack.
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey, everyone. The photo shoot's done.
So where's Farina going now?
Good.
She is relieved from her Archon
Thanks for your
duties.
cooperation. Come on, traveler, let's go.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. All right. Last stop, the docks.
I want to see how I can get there. Hmm. Either way, I have to get down first. I'm gonna try to unlock that waypoint.
Being too popular can be such a hassle. Who knew the people would adore me so much?
Ah, there it is. Could never find it before. I can't believe this. Was here this whole entire time. Jesus. Can't believe I never seen that before. Now, what is this? Then you can go lower. Well, this is as low as you can get. I think it's pretty obvious I'm in Fortress of Merpede. Yeah. No. Oh. Oh, I came to the wrong place. Nope. Dun, 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 dun. Abandoned production zone. What would I find here? Huh. Quite interesting.
Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper... be happy to teach you.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening. There we go. Let's end this. That was an easy fast fall. It's Lenny, Lynette, and Fermine. Everyone's thinking them now.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks to...
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
The stuff we store
It's
stuff
a
in.
wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
We are not gonna fall for that.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Yeet.
Is this what you meant by I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure.
Dang, you're jumping straight into it.
My address.
You sure are working hard to help Fermine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Sounds like that would suit him.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Per as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
How about Lenny?
Got it.
Lenny's not important.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Traveler?
I'm doing alright.
Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's alright. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well,
She probably went to get
after
the.
Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Nervillet opened negotiations during which
I knew it!
Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
Fontaine's gnosis is gone again.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
Well, that's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
I would
I
agree,
mean,
but
it's
I've
gonna
also
end
heard
up.
that it seems that Monsieur Nervillet has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this that only Nervillet knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him
Isn't he real busy? But back to the topic. The gnosis...
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Oh, I guess I can now call him one of my war buddies.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Arlecchino, what's up?
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the Traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Well, you keep to your
Well,
position.
that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Heck yeah, actually I just remembered something. Please help us deliver this.
A vision? Alright.
We finally given it back.
I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Arlecchino.
Oh, she
I
has
just might
such
end
an
up calling her father too.
I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
I think we already have a magic pocket.
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met, too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends.
Nice.
All right, then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts.
I want to see what happened to Farina.
Shall we go see how Neverlette's doing? Of course he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
Where is Farina? That's my question. Oh my god. Opera Epicless. We're so far. Farina, Farina.
Yep. Yep.
Dang, I can get so much. Alright. Let's offer it. No, I do not have enough. This is the entrance to the fortress. No, 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 no.
So, you really are here, Neverlette. Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you.
Aw, Paimon's glad. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time.
Damn.
So that's what happened?
I only saw Farina's part myself.
Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontanians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans.
Nice.
And thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
You say that it was at that moment that the Fontanians were finally truly born.
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too.
By sacrificing herself, though.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About the initial verdict that was passed on Child.
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial,
that was
whether it was
Focalors.
due to that liability by association, or Focalors deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Focalors had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual.
Huh.
Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, it seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
The Fontaine's future.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House.
So he's
I
the...
related Focalors' words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted.
Oh, so he's now the actual Hydra Archon.
She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
Probably
You
not.
need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalors the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalors passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me.
So he's the new Hydra
As such,
Archon.
before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person.
Dang, yes, so much
Additionally,
responsibility.
The Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
Uh-oh.
True. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are...
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About Fontaine's Gnosis.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Chaya.
I'm sure that was part of the
Ask
reason.
away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About my next stop on my journey. Oh, we didn't even ask about our brother this time. That is weird. Usually we would ask about him, but I guess he doesn't matter anymore.
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume.
Natlan next? Hell
I'm
yeah.
afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you.
Of course you guys will. You guys always will.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
I have no more question.
Hang on a sec. Paimon still got a question about the Gnosis. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis, we guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were...
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. So regarding this specific issue, I was just In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Oh? Flashback? What's up with this? Another cutscene?
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet?
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person.
The third descender?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless,
who are
we
you?
should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing, but once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
Probably not.
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Wow, she's just casually using child like this. She must be so insanely strong. She just chucked child. So the Gnosis is the third descender.
Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of The third descender? So that's what the no-sees actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
Descender. She mentioned one of them. I am the fourth descender. For me, this means two things. One, that the Gnosis are related to descenders, and two, that one who came before me has already died.
I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender.
Oh, am I being...
I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now.
Shit. We might get turned into a Gnosis.
Traveler to the dead third descender and all. That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
I always love when we get more information on a traveler.
Seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
Probably not. Where is she now?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Masquerade to guilty. Damn. Damn. Wow. That was so beautiful. That was so beautiful. Well, I am done. Alright.
Boring.
I think that's it tonight, guys. Finished that quest. Cried. It's 5:43. I think I need to go to sleep. Alright, guys. Thanks for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. I will be back with some other Genshin videos some other time. Yeah, I'll see you guys then. Bye.